Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some Final Fantasy XIV today. We've got a lot to do. New patch, new stuff, and new shinies, new relics, and whatnot. So, we're actually going to be starting off with Hildebrand today. Oh. And, it's going to be interesting, because we're going to be finishing that out. Oops. Only downside of me putting my doors like that. Very inconvenient when it comes to that. But to Radaton we go, because I already know that's there. Hildebrand, give me my weapon. Of duplicity and duplication. Delion is ready to embark on his latest investigation. Alright, what do we got? Ah, Cyphro, you're just in time to assist with my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlene revealed that Poo-Poo's friend was in the company of a Hanish alchemist, yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Thavnir. I contacted my usual sources for local sightings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. I had to switch tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely someone will have heard of the tale of an apothecary bold enough to set up shop on a Garlean battlefield. The inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet have found no leads here in the city or at the Great Work. I believe they moved their investigation to Yildimed, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I cannot have that little blue man muddying the waters when we're so close to grasping his master plan. It's not the alien's master plan, my dude. It's the alchemist. Let's head out to Yildimed. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Well, there's Brandahild. What do you got to say, bud? This port town would make an excellent place to analyze global trading trends. Yes, it would. Nashu? What else can you tell us about your long-lost comrade, Master Poo-Poo? Master Poo-Poo? Oh, my friend is an exceptional individual. Capable of astounding feats that I could never accomplish without the help of my starship's equipment. Okay. Alright, Hildy, what'd you figure out? I see the two of you are eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. All the long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we're just about to continue our investigation into the alchemist we know to have been traveling with Master Poo-Poo's comrade. I mean, that is to say, I am merely following in the inspector's wake. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Brandahild. 'Tis wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you all in any respect, for I am but a copy, and a flawed one at that. Listen, you may be low polygonal, but you still have that heart of gold. Honestly, though, like, I wonder if they'd be willing to give us this outfit. Because that'd be awesome. I know, that's one of those things I'm looking at like, not gonna lie, the retro dude in me is like, yes, please. Stuff and nonsense. Clone or not, self-deprecation is unbecoming in a Mandeville man. Exactly. The things you can do are amazing. Oh, I don't know about that. 'Twas you who saved Cypro from certain doom, was it not? While not quite as alacritous as mine, your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. 'Tis kind of you to accept me, rough-edged and all. I only hope my meager contributions are of some small assistance. Too modest by half. I'd say his I'd say his mental faculties far support. Dang, I cannot talk today. I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. That's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves, I think. Let us spread out and learn what the locals know of this adventurous apothecary. Man, I am having some real issues speaking today. And there goes the Lullafell that's thirsting after Nashu. Holy... That's a lot of UFOs. Must be a hunt train. What do you got, Yelderman Fisherman? Yes, I know of the one of whom you speak. A fellow fisherman told me of a friend of his, an apothecary, who set off for a war-torn Golem to sell his medicines. A reckless fool, if you ask me. I've no interest in the affairs of such men, but you do, I take it? If so, I suggest you head to... I am not even going to pronounce that name. That name I would... You select? Alright, hold up. Hold up. Google, help me out here. Help me out here, Google. I'll pull up a Chrome window here. How in the world do you say this? Ussaqeyik.
Usakaik.
Usakaik? Usukiak.
Usakaik.
Usakaik. Usakaik. Oh, that's... I'm sorry, I know that's how it's pronounced, but even still. If so, I suggest you head to Useek and hear the tale for yourself. Look for a red-haired lad there gathering shellfish. Okay, well. That really bothered me because I sat there and I'm like, how in the world do you pronounce that name? What's on your mind, Brandyhild? Perhaps if I emulated Inspector Hildebrand's cavalier attitude, I could be of greater use in our investigations. I really want your outfit, not gonna lie. I want a low poly outfit just for ha-has. Do I know any apothecaries? In Radatan? Of course, more than I can count. I've not heard tell of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. Seems like a terrible idea to me, with the Civil War raging and the world almost ending. The situation improved in recent days, but even so, the Radiant Host still has to improve security for cargo shipments. A lone merchant trading there alone? Impossible. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. What you gotta say, Dillion? Inspector Brandyhild is possessed of a brilliant mind. If he were willing to work for the Thavnarian Truth, I'd employ him in a heartbeat. Oh, can't go in that building. Yo, the Mad Merchant. What you got? Do I know of any merchants who travel abroad to ply their wares? But none who have... Oh, wait, hold up. Let me restart that. I know many merchants who travel abroad to ply their wares, but none who have business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate, indeed, to consider setting up shop in that troubled land. I mean, word is we've signed some kind of trade agreement with the Guardians, but it's still not the kind of place where one simply wanders in and opens a street stall. Alrighty. Oh, also, before I go too much further, there was something I had to do. Let's see, hold up. Uh, okay. Alright, that's how you spell it. Okay, good. I have something that I'm going to do as a macro for the for the Asura trial. I got something. I got something pretty good. Hold up. We're actually gonna just set up real quick. Use our macros. I got an exclamation point. We're gonna call this adoring fan. And then backslash shout. Shout. Perfect. Perfect! I can't help this. Well, now I got more space down there. I can actually do that, can't I? There we go. I updated the resolution to, like, 4K, so... We're actually running this in 4K. Which is lovely. Oh, that's a crisp. Although I don't like it. Like, I don't like how some of the scaling went. So I gotta play around with that still a bit, but... Let's continue. Ah, Cypro. I hope your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. Why, yes it has. Oh, a good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this felicitous fisherman. The story of my apothecary friend? Oh, you must mean Barsov. Well, I was near enough to calling it a day anyway, so here's what I can tell you. Barsov comes from a very poor family. What is a family? Barsov comes from a very poor family, and growing up, never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. After trying his hand at a succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most skill. but his stock never sold as well as he'd hoped. So when he heard about the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely, in the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicines. More like the best place for near-death experiences. He soon gave up on his Garlemald venture, but while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune, Borisov was practically euphoric when I saw him again. A God's giving blessing he had found in the snowfields had given him much cause to celebrate. He said he had learned how to create gold. I must admit, I laughed at first. But then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff. Enough to proclaim himself a merchant prince. He even changed his name to Vahundi, a word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. A name I've heard. He's a rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping out commercial ventures left and right? Yes. Van Olde has certainly made his ambitions known here in Thavnir, especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Yeldamed. The dockmasters declined to sell, of course. But when it comes to buying historic landmarks, the bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he converted the Gilded Araya into his private abode, and has been filling it with every rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artworks depicting the goddess Asura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper of hers, even as a child. I've encountered much Mensaya and Murgalore and Radatan, yet I recall no mention of this Asura. Well, that's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she is not well loved by the common folk. Borisov is different, though. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and it is to Azura whom he prays for victory. And damn me if she didn't listen. That once poor boy became merchant royalty, a man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for a simple fisherman, even though we were once dear friends. If you'll excuse me, I really must leave it at that. These clams won't sell themselves, you know. How about that, eh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were the one and the same. Might we assume that this blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupant? Sorry to intrude, but aren't you the hero who helped us when the folk were turning into beasts? Well, some nasty-looking creature just showed up outside town. One of our guards went to confront it. But I don't like her odds against that thing. That sounds like a case for Inspector Hildebrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. Ah, just gotta... I thought you destroyed that monster. I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, shiny skull man? Lesson? What are you on about? Bah! Cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Von Hundi's orders are to cause trouble at the port, and I'm running behind schedule. Von Hundi, the merchant who tried to buy Yildimed? So he put you up to this. Curses! How did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You just blurted... You blurted it out. Silence! No one who learns about schemes can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms. Three more sinister skullmen? Was the doctor a quadruplet? Uh-oh. It's been a long time since we've seen the mom. Mother? Vexenous vermin? This will soften you up. Yeah. Nice. Bah! A lucky hit! Oh, shit. We missed. Then Nasha just walks off. One last pitch. Ah, that explained the baseball shirt. Unlimited heavy hitter special. But that was my fastball.
Leroy Dragons!
You know, that was kind of a bad time for sound alerts. I won't lie.
Nani?
Nutty. What's up, bro? By the way, spoilers.
Such devastation.
I gotta wait for these sound alerts to go on before I continue. That's the last one? That's the last one. Okay. I've come to expect father's sudden appearances, but what brings you here, mother? A proposition from that merchant Von Hundi, as a matter of fact. I'm accompanying your dad as manager for Manderville and Manderville, and we're just on our way to the bloke's mansion. I've already refused Master Vahunde once when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerns offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices. Thus, 'tis quite an attractive answer. Dang, I cannot talk. Bleh. 'Tis quite an attractive offer, considering fine jewelry is our stock in trade, and we thought at least to listen to his proposal. But if he would purposely command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port, we can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. Where did all those lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking weaponized brute manufacturer around here somewhere? As I suspected. My ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. So you can copy inorganic materials as well. How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed the object's molecular structure, it can generate any number of copies. Yet it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of ether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Corey, you sure do know a lot, Inspector. Ugh. Corey, you sure do know a lot, Inspector Brandyhild. Even alien starships. Tis no great achievement. As I mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with the data from the starship's own archives, which included the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, is it possible Van Hoody is using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold? We share the same suspicion, Master Delion. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Of course, 'tis the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Van Hoody is either threatening or deceiving Master Poo-Poo's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. Of course, our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of its extraterrestrial hostage. Back it up. We must confront this malicious merchant at once. If your heart's set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Van Hoody's invitation, including a private airship flight to his new estate. We just need to formally reject his deal anyway, and his pilot will be waiting. Gentlemen at heart, Godbert is ready to lead you to Von Hoody's waiting pilot. Shall we be on our way? We're to meet Von Hoody's pilot atop the rise just south of Kajaya's footsteps. There we go. Jeez, can't talk. Yes. Good. Good. Perfect. Lord Guybert, Lady Julian. And entourage? Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted they come along, desperate as they were to meet with this illustrious Master Von Hundi. I see. One moment, if you please. Lord Von Hundi should be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray, step aboard and I shall take you to the I shall take you there directly. We're coming for you, fool. Yep. Immediately I recognize those. Welcome, honored guests, to my humble abode. I trust the view is to your liking, since you traveled all the way from distant Ul'dah. A pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. And what an unexpected boon this is. I've been debating when to extend you a personal invitation, but now here you are, like a wish come true. Save your act for the magistrates, Von Hooty. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. You'll cease exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Poo-Poo at once. Unraveled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations, then. This is Master Poo-Poo, I assume? I do have his fellow alien here with me, yes. As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit to duplicating quite frankly obscene amount of gold. But that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapons in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let's get straight to the point. I want you at my side. With the vaunted Warrior of Light as a template for my clone army, we could conquer this and every other land in creation. That's not a bad idea, actually. No. I love that option, though. I refuse categorically and emphatically. A pity. Yet I anticipated you would prove an impediment to my ascension. Yet it seems the time has come to test Lugay's ritual of manifestation. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower not only holds mundane treasures, but also caches of crystals. As for the requisite congregation of warriors, or worshippers, well, I had but to clone myself. After all, who is more devoted to my cause, and my goddess, than me? Divine Asura, take up thy blade and wage war upon mine earthly rival. I had a feeling this would be the case. Nay, Hildebrand. Against a primal, we may be more hindrance than help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. Alright, this ought to be interesting. Heck yeah. Na-na-ba-ba-bum. Oh yeah, this is cool. Though, I'll be fair. I've seen this one before through other means. But anyway, let's go! We haven't seen Gilgamesh this entire X-Pack. This entire fucking Hildebrand run. Well, that's a little bit of actually a short transition.
I am Asura, and on battle I thrive. Have you the courage and strength to face me? Will you dodge, or will you bleed? The frail shall fall.
I won't lie, it's been a little while since we just fought up a straight up primal.
You've not time to blink.
Oh. That's interesting.
Tremble before the might of the Manusia. Come forth, embodiment of carnage. Revel on the bloody field of war. The spirit of battle awakens. Sharp is the lesson. The weak shall perish.
Oh. Okay. Reincarnation. Then in. That makes sense. Yep.
Unmerciful light shine upon you.
Ew. Okay.
Behold the six-fold blade.
Oh no. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Fury be my strength.
Oh shit. I can only assume that?
I will scatter your bones.
No, that was not it.
Show me your steel.
Blade scatter, huh? Bum, 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 bum. Or realm?
The spirit of battle awakens. Hear the gleaming edge.
Circle.
Show me your steel.
Oh. Oh!
Sharp is the lesson.
Teleports. Ba-bum, ba-
Unmerciful light shine upon you.
We're just gonna teleport now. Oh, but I won't lie, it's been a little bit since I've paladined.
Behold the six-fold blade.
Okay, so one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ouch.
The face of battle is ever-changing.
Many faces, okay?
Joyful is your downfall.
Oh yeah, don't stand in that one.
I will scatter your bones. Will you dodge or will you bleed?
Not too bad of a fight. Pretty chill. Heck yeah. Oh, no loot. Aw. I feel bummed, man. With no loot. Wait, there's a fight. Good show, Cyphro. 'Twould seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. Like I said, it's been a while since we actually just trounced a regular-ass primal. And even as we speak, Mother and Father should be informing the Radiant host of the despicable Von Hundi's wrongdoings. Huh? The Divine Azura? Defeated? Turn the wheel, we flee for now. Who is flying the starship without my permission? That treasure is mine and mine alone. You called your vessel, Master Poo-Poo? No, I did not. It is my friendship. Ah, friendship. That felt like a very spiteful attack. Hey, another poo-poo. At last, the moment of sweet reunion is at hand. I am so relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did, at first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. So in return, I replicated whatever trinket he desired and taught him the basics of starship technology. But that resolved to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of this star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out to the jungle, and left me there to die. Slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction. And then I came back to reclaim my property. This experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient life forms here are dull-witted, cruel, and entirely unsuited to peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion. It is the only way to guarantee our survival. No, they are not all like that. These ones have been nothing but kind to me. Yes. Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back. We have to strike first before they show their true colors. The ship's reactor has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized. And we're all in the vicinity. I can see how some of these animations could be expensive as hell. Think, damn it, think! If I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse a considerable distance to the airship, but I can conceive of no logical solution. Inspector Inspector Brandyhield. Hold up a sec. Snooze. You must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated Lord Garbler's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion. Yet there's a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw. I have no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildebrand, it is you who must fling me. Here we go. Skyward, as only a Mandeville can. I lost my grip. Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift and posture should generate enough lift and processional motion to... Yes, I can still make it! Boomerang. Impressive. Tis too late. The reactor's going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Inspector Brandyhield! Our brief time together was more than any defective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends. Good chance I'll survive this explosion, as a Mandeville can. Boom. Damn, that's actually a decent explosion. Is this case closed for Inspector Brandyhield? Nay, my loyal assistant. A chip off the old gentleman, our dear Brandyhield has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again, mark my words. You rescued me, even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends and earn your forgiveness. But alas. There's not to forgive. With its blocking construction, Inspector Brandyhill will be just fine, I assure you. As a friend of Master Poo-Poo, you're a friend of ours. And what are we but a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? What are a few... Bleh. Our home planet. It was lost in the phenomenon you call the final days. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to a search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find. Excuse me. Whether it was populated or not. One more snooze. Growing desperate, we decided to settle any suitable rest we could, whether it was popular or not. If the native beings were hospitable, we could live peacefully alongside them. If not, then we were prepared to claim a new home by force. So it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet. Lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos, I blundered into a mundane war zone, where I was promptly shot out of the sky. Yup. The rest you already know. Having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communications received no answer. That was when I met you, Inspector Hildebrand. Those touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts. Given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that, in a sense, we fell prey to that despair as well, after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses. An outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. That said, there is nowhere else for go. Nowhere else for go. Wow, that was really off. That said, there is nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much to ask us to live here, on your star? Well, of course you must stay. Namaste. And I suspect you'll be wishing to repair your damaged vessel. Mommy! There he goes. Blasting off again. Oh, Inspector, not again! Wait for me! Never a dull moment around our Hildebrand. At least we needn't worry if the ship crashes. Not with an impervious Mandervillian on board. Ah, funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Manderville family tree, 'twas made clear that a lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of Godbrand, the alien progenitor of the Manderville line? Then how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentlemanly technique, 'tis not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's bloodline be broken, House Manderville shall live on through us. If the begoggled boy can't swallow that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be that you and Hildy tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh, if that's the case, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. Oh, every thing appears to be under control here. So let us return to the city, shall we? I got a little kick out of that, not gonna lie. Once more do I find myself hurtling at superlative speeds toward an unknown destination. Another day, another thrilling case for Hildebrand, agent of a query, Inspector Extraordinaire. Yeah, we'll find him again in Dawn Trail somewhere. Alright, let's wrap this up. And then we can actually wrap up the Manderville weapon, too. Thanks to an enlightened conversation with Master Poo Poo on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. I trust the endeavor yet holds your interest? Pray inform Master Geralt of your willingness to assist, and my hammer and I shall make all haste to the High Crucible. And with that, I bid you good day. Alright. Thank you all for looking out for our beloved son. I'm sure him and the blocky lad will be back for more cases before you know it. Blah, 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 blah. The blocky lad. You've gone above and beyond for us, Cyphro, so I'd like you to have one of the replicated starships we made. It doesn't have the duplication facility or other such technology on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call it whenever you wish. As for the two of us, we decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. And so this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. So we're probably going to see them floating around here and there. Maybe like Alpha and Omega. I hope. It seems Poo Poo wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to this investigation, Cyphro. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Charlian and even travel to the surface of the moon in the search of the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. But this world yet harbors its share of strange and the inexplicable, not the least of which is the source of Hildebrand's impossible physiology. If not alien, then... maybe he's a product of a hyper-advanced civilization from the distant past? The descendant of some gruesome biological experiment? Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. Oh, wait, an orchestration roll, too. A gentleman to walk with me, orchestration roll. Okay. Didn't just get a mount, you got the... Oh, here we go. Alien blood never flowed in their veins. The source of strength is an enigma remains. A dynamite folk, their clothing bespoke. A gentlemanly family, the good house Manderville. A true inspector is born from the heart. Lolly lolly lolly. Gosh dang it. Lopperits. Yeah, that face was like the perfect face. Hildebrand will return? Question mark? And then we've got... the Lalafell doing squats. He's doing some form of trading. The Lalafell's getting gains. Curious. Tell me this Gilgamesh just out of nowhere. He did survive. Nice. An identified flying gentleman. We're good. Let's see. A gentleman to walk with me orchestration rule. And the UFO identification key. Now we know what the UFO mount is, but I'm still gonna go out and... we'll take a look at those two things after we finish up this, this final bit of the Manderville weapons too. Because I want to see what the Paladin weapon looks at its full power. Problem is, I'm probably going to see it and not notice it. Yes. I'll take his quest as a Paladin. I hear Godbird's finally figured out how to perfect his alien weaponry. About bleeding time, eh? We shall inform his lordship that you are eager to begin. Oh, yes, I am. What ore or what thing am I gonna need now? Relic Weapons 101. What am I gonna need? At long last, Cyphro, the end of our arduous yet most rewarding weaponsmithing journey is finally in sight. And a bloody expensive journey it's been. That's why I'm here not as a dutiful wife or doting mother, but as a concerned senior partner of Manderville and Manderville. Our company's footed the bill for all sorts of extravagant materials and expert assistance. Not to mention the rent we're paying for these high crucible facilities. Even if this is the final stage of the process, that's only one Manderville weapon out of house-side and many. Our side business in replica weapons ain't exactly booming neither, so I reckon I'd needed to come and see the gauge of the value of continuing this venture with me own two eyes. So let us offer our full cooperation to my business partner as she oversees proceedings. Now there's a sight. Seems his lordship's lost his cocksure composure. What happened, Godbert? Weren't you just telling me how ridiculous wealth made you free to craft whatever you pleased? I'd be on my best behavior if I were you, Master Geralt. After all, considerable remuneration is one of the main expenditures Lady Julian will be scrutinizing. Let us move on to the topic of armament augmentation, shall we? Unsurprisingly, the key to perfected weaponry lies in the application of the perfect oil, a substance known as the Ultra Manderville. The superlative lubricant will serve to maximize ethereal conductivity. Again with the creepy oils. And as one might have predicted, the Ultra Manderville's main ingredient is derived from yet another incredibly rare meteoric material, cosmic crystalline, 'tis called. When it came to the method of extracting said ingredient from the meteorite, however, my ancestor's relic was conspicuously devoid of instruction. Thus, I did consult with Master Poo-Poo. Thanks to his encyclopedic knowledge of alien civilizations, he was able to furnish me with a requisite technique. I must say, it is a rather unorthodox process, and one I cannot complete alone. Thus, I shall necessitate the involvement of everyone present. Completely untrue. Yes. What's up, Jen? I don't like the sound of that. What foppish nonsense are you meaning to foist upon us this time? Oh, nothing too terribly taxing, I assure you. All shall be explained in due course. Ere we can begin, we must tend to the tedious chore of procuring crafting materials. Cyphro, if you would, pray acquire the crystalline through our usual tombstone hungry vendor. Okay. Alright. We shall require 3 goodly chunks, one for the oil's main ingredient and the others to reshape the weaponry itself. Yes, I should warn you that these advanced Mandervillian techniques will not only enhance your armament's properties, but greatly alter its appearance. In anticipation for such wondrous transformation, let us hurry to our tasks. How you doing, Jen? Hope you're doing okay. Ugh.
The hammering continues.
Chunks of cosmic crystallite can be obtained from Jabura. Yeah, her. Okay, let's just go get it. That'll. Wait a minute. It said there was 2 quests for this. Did they actually include a? Oh God, it's cold. I might need to click on my heater. It is cold in here. That's a summoning bell. That is not what I'm after. Started talking about how cold it was and I forgot where I was going. Cosmic crystallite. Okay, I need 3 of these. Okay, now back down to there and we'll get the nice shiny new paladin weapon. And then I just need to swap the weapons out. Okay, there we go. Ooh, let us have a look at them shiny rocks. There you go, have rocks. Aye, these ought to do the trick. I'll grab his lordship and then we can get to work. Thank you for your untiring efforts, Cyphro. These acquisitions are most demanding, I know, but we could not proceed without them. crystallite of this type is said to have mystical properties. It is every mote infused with aether from its journey across the cosmos. We will use Godbrand's technique to harness and condense that cosmic energy, that we may extract a single, concentrated drop. This precious liquid is the heart and soul of our Ultra Mandeville coating. Which seems to be kind of like the whole Kit Kat caboodle with the relic weapons. Well, that's bloody fascinating, though, but would you explain the goddamn technique already? You mean to have us fighting this time? Meditating? Dancing, my good man. We shall perform the traditional dance of House Mandeville together. Oh, God. In search of a viable method, Godbrand failed to extract the crystallite's ethereal essence innumerable times. Frustrated beyond measure, he eventually contacted a friend on a far-off star to ask for advice. Thus did he learn a theory of compressing the crystallite's stored energies by bombarding it with a specific etheric waveform, much like squeezing a lemon. An inspired Godbrand then returned to work, where he experimented with generating waveforms through physical movement. One particular choreography provided the perfect resonance, and lo, the trademark Mandeville undulations were born. Oh, and as it so happens, the far-off star in question was the homeworld of our own Master Poo-Poo. 'Twas his keen eye that recognized the familiar resonant properties of our gentlemanly dance and allowed us to rediscover the extraction process. Dress it up in fancy words all you want, but I ain't swallowing this ridiculous shite. Think you can extract mineral essence with your daft dancing? Ha, count me out. I've come in a strictly observational role, so no dancing for me either. If you both so wish, we shall perform the extraction without you. As for you, Cypher, your role shall be most crucial. I should like you to hold the crystalline and catch the quintessence as it falls. You see, load of chocobo shite. The dance lacks sufficient intensity. Ugh, for the love of... Fine. I don't know. That dance we learned all the way back in AR. It's bloody magical. Yes, the resonance, 'tis still not strong enough. This is ridiculous, but also awesome. Oh, huzzah! Our combined performance did the trick. Master Geralt and I will take it from here. Let us prepare the vial of Ultra Mandeville and proceed with the final augmentations. Aye, you're about to witness the peak of craftsmanship. Impressive. Not gonna lie. That was freaking impressive. And now we apply the Ultra Mandeville coating. As with the prior stage, the final composition of the oil's ingredients will greatly influence the armament's properties. Okay, yeah. Great hit. Determination. Skill, speed, or tenacity? Guess I'll do skill, speed. Mandervillius Falchion. You're certain? Then so shall it be. Let's look at this thing. Ooh. Behold, Cypher, the work is done. The perfected art of dedicated artisans. A Mandervillius Falchion and a Mandervillius Kite Shield. Nice. The beauteous, tangible reward for all our toil and sacrifice. It's a grand sight, alright. Fighting mammoths, drinking weird booze, and dancing weirder jigs in an odd, bloody way to forge a weapon, but you can't argue with the end result. There is, in fact, one other favorable consequence to finishing our project. My family's relic contains what appears to be a locked recording, and if what Master Poo-Poo tells me is correct, our completed Mandeville weaponry should serve as a key to opening it. Shall we give it a try? Oh, dude. 665, not bad. I actually love how these look. And they're dyeable. Mandeville weapons, the saga ends. Now we have a wrap-up quest, right? Or are we just gonna actually do that right into it? Ah, excellent. It would seem the relic has responded to your armament. Let us commence the viewing. He's got a freaking bonsai over there eating a fish. Sandwich something. If you're watching this recording, then I must assume you have successfully brought the Mandeville weaponry to its completed state. Allow me then to share some of the philosophy that went into the weaponry's creation. As I explained in my previous story, the many worlds upon which we Mandervillians resided were laid to waste by an inexplicable catastrophe. The final days, one must imagine. Peace reigns upon this star for now, but we can never know when or what manner of chaos might threaten our tranquil lives. Thus did I endeavor to forge arguments with the power to repel any threat, no matter how dire. However, in the wrong hands, such powerful weapons may exacerbate the very problem they were created to solve. Sadly, my long search for worthy wielders, those possessed of both martial excellence and unyielding moral fortitude, has failed. I am left with no choice but to destroy my triumphant works. That explains how you lost the originals, eh? And in the hopes that the deserving hero will one day emerge, I have decided to leave the secrets of their manufacture to my heirs. By necessity, the process must be rendered cryptic, lest these potent armaments be too readily attained. The fact that you are watching this proves you had the wisdom to pierce my elaborate obfuscations, and the discipline to retrace the grueling steps of my smithing saga. I have faith in your judgment. Do what is just, and entrust the Manderville weaponry to those who champion the ideals of peace. Dancing Manderville man out. How gratifying to know that my motives were aligned with those of my ancestor. 'Twas my own experience of the final days which moved me to recreate the Manderville weapons and put them in heroic hands such as yours. And 'tis more gratifying still that we should succeed in the task which Godbrand himself set for his descendants. I thank you all for your valuable contributions. I'll admit, it was a bit of a shock to hear we were crafting alien designs, but you hired the right smith for the job. You know the job isn't over yet, yes? There are still many weapon variants we have left to reforge. I know. Don't get your bleeding small clothes in a twist. I'll stick around until the last blow is hammered. For the extraction of the Ultra Manderville essence, I must ask that you call upon assistance of the High Crucible Alchemists. It matters not who performs the dance, as long as they do so with gentlemanly perfection and aplomb. Well then, yes. It's clear to me now that the Manderville weapons are more than just a pet project. They're an investment in the future of our world. You have me permission to keep them on the books as an official Manderville enterprise. What's up, bro? That is a relief. It would be difficult to cover these expenses with my weekly entertainment budget. he was using his spending money. And is it just time still, or not to that part yet? I don't understand what you're talking about, so probably not to that part yet. Well, that's settled. We continue on as before. Our most excellent House Manderville artisan shall handle requests to perfect other weapons in your possession. Meanwhile, our resident expert alchemist will assist with adjusting weapon properties. Assuming you supply the requisite crystallite, of course. All in all, this has been a most satisfying experience. My thanks again, and I look forward to our next mutually beneficial encounter. Yeah, it's still Tomes. I think your phone's autocorrect turned it to Times. It's still Tomes. Hold on, what was it? Alright, somebody posted the red mage weapon. I'm curious about the red mage weapon. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. And actually, that should exceed my current weapon, so... Oh, that's so sick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, once I become poetics, how does this die? How does this stuff die? Because I have specific requirements for this die here. That's pretty much what the same color is, actually. It doesn't really die. Like, it dies the actual, like, that part. But what I might do is actually, Dalamud Red. Normally with, like, these type of weapons that I would actually kind of go through. The weapon up. So, like, having it red, then you whip it out. Goes all data mode there. Nice. Because I think it's either that or white. I'm going with that or white on this one. Ooh, actually, white would actually work out beautifully on this one. Pearl white dye. Yeah, that actually helps it pop out a bit. Alright. So maybe a pearl white dye for that. How does this dye? Kind of the same way, actually. Yeah, smack it. Yeah. That's good. Do I have any of these? No. Copy item name. We're going to the market board. And are there replicas of this? Because if there are replicas of it, I will buy the replicas instead. Yes, there is. Okay. Mandervillius Falcon Replica. Okay. Because those will be the ones that get hit with the thing. Alright, back to the house. Back to the house for multiple things. That is by far my favorite weapons I've picked up so far. I really want to make a sci-fi looking glam to go with it. But I think even with this, it should still be fun. But let's see. Let's check out this orchestration roll. I'm going to set the BGM to 100. I'll actually jack up the volume a bit. So about like right there. Alright. So let's see. There's probably others. Battle 2 from Final Fantasy 3. I don't remember that one. A gentleman to walk with me. Ah, that theme. Okay. Okay, so we figured out what that was. Okay. Got that back 30. Alright, let's go out to, I'm gonna go out to anywhere to test this out. Let's go to the Great Wood. What time is it? Ah, sweet. We get the Lahi. We get the Lahi. We don't get the Lahi here. We have to go to Slitherbow. Yeah, let's test this mount out here. We got a new mount, so UFO mount. Add the favorites. I'm just loving it. Like some Kingdom Hearts death animation. Alright, what's the music like for this? You guys can do better! Yeah, we got the Lahi though. I'm hoping they do something with this eventually. They got it. I think this is something they have planned for later, because they actually have it, like, they've had this thing compartmentalized, like, kind of like the perfect method here. There we go. Let's try to block off the chat. I just now realized it was visible. Alright. Since we've got that done, now let's go, we'll go do Todoro's Grand Endeavor now. So, we need to head to Old Charlian. Alright, hold up. Pearl white dye. Let's go. We'll buy. Actually, how much? We'll buy 4. All right. Before we get started with Todoro's Grand Endeavor, we're gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'm also gonna get me some tea. We will need to take another break, probably around when my roommate comes back, so I can also help him and get the groceries in. But other than that, I'll be right back in a couple minutes. I'll be right back in a couple minutes. Alrighty, we're back. Sorry about that. I really had to go. Alright, Matilda. Magenda. Yeah, Magenda. Magina. There you go. Magina seems eager to share something with you. Cypher, I have wonderful news. Thanks to your tireless deliveries, we are now overwhelmed with orders. Mistress Totaru's plan was a success. Yes. That's another shipment sent. I don't think I've ever packed so many parcels in my life. Oh, hello there, you. What an incredible memory you must have to remember one such as I. Ah, but I don't think we were ever properly introduced. My name is Hassan. Astad? Astad, there we go. I was among those who traveled here from Palakistan by the way of Garlemald during the final days. You and your comrades ensured our safe arrival. I've been working at Tataru Taro's boutique with Magina and Varsud behind the albeit behind the scenes. It's rare that I have occasion to visit the store for it. An unfortunate side effect of the constant demands on all of our staff. Though I think we would all agree that the hustle and bustle is for the best. Don't you wonder what we'll do once our samples have served their purpose? Our equipment is crafted to last, which is wonderful, of course, but also means our customers are not like to require replacements for some time. Therefore, if we are not constantly receiving new customers, our good fortune will eventually sour, no? Mistress Tataru isn't so foolish as to not have not anticipated such things. I'm certain she's already coming up with new and exciting products to offer our existing clients. Actually, I had an idea for my own, for a new product, I mean. In fact, I presented it to Mr. Satara the other day, a new uniform to outfit the academics and researchers of Charlian. Oh, how enterprising. And what did she say? Well, she seemed hesitant, which I could only interpret as recluse to hurt my feelings with explicit rejection. But then she told me to look into it further and draft a formal proposal for review. That's wonderful, Magina. When she said to look into it further, did she mean for you to conduct some manner of market survey of the academics and researchers? Just so. But, well, some are involved in such sensitive work that simply approaching them is not a question. Which is to say, my petition to enter Labyrinthios was denied. Instead, I decided to try the studium. A secretarial mammoth was only too happy to schedule a meeting with the academic representative. But now it's coming down to it, I'm feeling ill with nerves. If it were on Mistress Tataru's behalf, it would be different. But this is my initiative. My idea. I'd offer to accompany you, but I have to mind the counter. Perhaps you could offer Magina your support? Yeah, sure, why not? Well, I'll be out. Oh, thank you! Can I come as well? I'd like to start thinking of what supplies we'll need for our artisans once your plan is approved. Of course. Very well, then. To the studio we go. Bum, bum. I wonder how this is gonna play out. Mount is unavailable in this location. Alright. Let's head over to the studio. Then once we're done with Tataru's grand endeavor, we'll probably head out and start working on the MSQ. The MSQ is, I think it's really it in this patch. I think it was, let me look at the patch notes again. Now I'm curious. Okay, let's see. Patch 6155 notes. We got the MSQ, we've done the Manderville weapons. Oh, yeah, we got the Tribal Alliance quests. So, we have to do that too. Where do we start at? Ultima Thule? Oh, at the bar. Okay. Alright. This building might be a temple for how austere it feels. I'm glad to have your company. I was told a Q Alipo would be meeting us here. I'm sure they'll be along shortly. Oh, her. We talked to her. Hello, representatives from Tataru Towers Boutique, I presume? Oh, Cyphro! What a pleasant surprise, though I suppose your presence shouldn't merit no shock at all, given the breadth of your generosity. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Gina, and I'm ever so obliged to you for making the time to speak with us. Kia Alipo at your service, and there's no need to stand on ceremony. I assure you, most of our academics are far more concerned with their research than pleasantries. Admittedly, to their detriment at times. Anyway, how can I help you this evening? Hey, cool, we make a Wi-Fi bar. A uniform for our academics and researchers, you say? I myself am ill-equipped to offer authoritative opinion on that matter, so permit me to arrange some meetings with faculty representatives. Please make yourself comfortable in the auditorium while I go summon a few of our more personable personnel. Alrighty. Hey, it's the old lady. Well, in the Faculty of Archaeology, we spend most of our time traipsing about ancient ruins, which often ends up ruining our clothes, if you'll pardon my pun. An outfit durable enough to handle extended use would be welcome, but it can need to be lightweight and breathable as well. Equatorial deserts can be most taxing, but then again, you'll be surprised just how many relics are hidden at the bottom of lakes. And northern waters can get quite chilly. As it stands, my colleagues and I throw on any old thing for our fieldwork. Whatever we have on hand that is suitable for the conditions, with the understanding it may need to be disposed of afterwards. Poor Borg works his fingers to the bone as it is, and Professor Namono caught me shopping for fancy clothes instead of interns. He'd be the one dressing me down. Misplaced priorities, never mind the tight budget. None of this is what you were hoping to hear, I realize. No, thank you for your candor. It's true, new kit can be rather expensive. We must ensure our prices stay affordable. The ideal outfit for astronomers? I love how it's going through all the crafting dudes. Wait, Jenova mentioned something about fashion recently. When we were stargazing, what was it? It's not the clothes that make the man, Jude, but the man that makes the clothes. Yes, very lovely and poetic, but I haven't the foggiest what it means. Well, I suppose we astronomers are often conduct our celestial observations from locales remote and subsequently chilly. You know, mountaintops and the like, so something warm? If warm is truly their only requirement, then I think it's safe to say this is the opposite of an untapped market niche. The Faculty of Medicine has strict requirements for dress on account of hygiene regulations. Fabric must be resistant to stains and possess antibacterial properties are a must, for example. Additionally, we students of nutritional scientists must vigorously dart about the kitchen, so dressing for comfort is nearly as essential as cleanliness. And if we were fashionable enough to perhaps inspire others to follow in our footsteps, all the better. Indeed, style is the essential ingredient. Much like the perfect loaf of Mevin bread, the ideal outfit should not only embody practicality, but leave all who behold it with a feeling of aesthetic safety. There we go. Whew. We require no such clothing in the Faculty of Anthropology, for we make all that we require right here. Rather, Professor Tanakin prefers to do so, that he may better understand how necessity begets innovation. I can't say I completely agree with the logic, though. I suppose I've grown to appreciate his sense of aesthetics now that the Professor and I are, but that has little bearing on your project. Yeah. Not long ago, an outfit that emulates aether sickness might have been my answer. However, thanks to the Facility of Medicine's miraculous, if experimental, treatment, I no longer have such a need. What's more, I don't know if I can bear to don anything but this professorial gown, at least for now. I worked so hard to earn it. Well, how did it go? I don't know, to be honest. Everyone has such different preferences that I'm not sure if it's even possible to satisfy them all. Well, fair concern. The studio's facilities are filled with opinionated individuals, each with their own peculiarities. Additionally, our academics spend much of their time engaged in fieldwork as opposed to seminars, which further complicates stipulations of dress. Academics sound just as unique as adventurers. Yeah, we can definitely say that. Snooze ad. We got a little bit more. Indeed, it was naive to assume that one type of uniform could account for all needs of all academics. We had best return to the boutique. Thank you for your assistance, Mistress Dalipo. Aliapo. Later. And I truly thought I had a good idea. No doubt Mistress Totoro knew of its folly and had me but research it regardless, so that I might reach the conclusion on my own. She meant well, I am sure. See how hardship must make you strong. I believe I've heard that expression before, but where? Perhaps in Thavnir? It comes from the teachings bestowed upon us by the old gods. Many of us took comfort in the words during the final days, after we fled Palakistan. You may have heard it spoken then. Didn't Julius say something like that? I don't know. When we call upon the divinities, it is not to beg for salvation, but for guidance. So long as we live by their teachings, there is no hardship we cannot overcome. This is the core tenet of Hanish faith that has seen us through much adversity since the founding of our nation. It is as you say, Hastad. Yet, until you did, it did not occur to me to consider how they might apply to my personal struggle. Coming to Charlie and working with Mistress Totteru at the boutique, I've met so many people from all sorts of cultures. But in trying so hard to accommodate their wants and needs, I fear my own heritage has become an afterthought. There is no shame in dedicating yourself to your work. And as we all have our limits, compromise and sacrifice are inevitable. It may surprise you, but I once aspired to become a steward. To look back on it now, it feels fanciful. Strange that we so easily let our dreams be cast aside by circumstance. And I swore nothing would stand between me and my chosen path. And yet, here I am. I know the divinities will guide us wheresoever we go, but what if we stray too far? Would I be a fool to suggest that perhaps we should return to Thavnir? But Mistress Totteru has done so much for us. We cannot simply leave the boutique on a moment's notice. Maybe not. But what of our family and friends? It is one thing for us to send money and well wishes. But I wonder if we could not do more if we were there, helping to rebuild. We haven't been back to the village since the final days, and if we're already forgetting our old lives, I don't know. I just think Mistress Totteru should know how we feel is all. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Hastad. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and run the ad for Twitch, and then we're actually gonna sit here. We're gonna take a breather for a minute here. I only have like one more snooze left on that. So, before we continue any further, we've got one other thing to do outside of the MSQ, and that's the, come on, brain. The, Tribal Alliance quest. Which, honestly, is something I'm expecting for something I'm honestly, oh, ow, 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 oh, joints are sore, pain. But, I don't know, my brain is, like, completely fried right now. I'm pretty sure there's one, maybe two quests. Like one quest probably focusing on them. Let's double check it real quick. Let's double check a lot of things real quick. Okay. So, let's see. I'm trying to mentally figure out here. Yeah. Okay, there's one more after this. Okay. Which is probably the big reward that we get for doing all this. Other than just helping Totterer out. I mean, for real, like that itself is a reward for me for right now. I'm not gonna lie. Helping Totterer out is a big reward for me. Fatsaru says that Mistress Totterer should be stopping by soon. When I asked how she felt about returning to Thavnir, she said she needed time to consider. For my part, at least, I think consulting with Mistress Totterer will help put my mind at ease. My, what a busy counter we have tonight. Hastad, it's good to see you out from behind your usual shipping crates. Yes, I thought I'd come out and help Magina with her research. Just returned from interviewing academics at the studium. About that, Mistress Totterer. Explanation. Suffice to say, the requirements are all radically different. I know I said I had a uniform for research and academics, but I'm afraid I may have deeply underestimated the feasibility of such a project. And that's perfectly alright. The important thing is to learn from what you discover so you can retain and apply that knowledge as you continue on your entrepreneurial journey. The right idea for a new product will find us when it's ready. In the meantime, I have more samples that need delivery, and seeing as Cypher is very conveniently standing within my line of sight. Okay, my line of sight. 1,000 pardons, Mrs. Totterer, but before you continue, I wish to speak with you about a personal matter. You have shown us incredible charity, which makes this all the more difficult to ask. But I wonder if I should return home to Thavnir. Please do not mistake this as a dissatisfaction with our arrangement. If anything, I've grown so accustomed to life in Charlian, I fear I've begun to forget myself. My dreams, my faith, the person I used to be before I came here. Not only that, in spite of my regular remittances, I worry that our village struggles to rebuild after the final days. While I live happily removed from a burden, I ought to share more. It feels disingenuous to both my home and the many kindnesses you continue to show us. I see. And do you both feel the same? I've been so devoted to my work that I haven't given much thought to returning until Hassad mentioned it. But to claim that I'm not worried about the village would be a lie. While I am of a similar mind to Medina, I must nevertheless remain here. Among other reasons, there is a project I am resolved to complete. Ah. Well, I would be sorry to see any of you go, but if remaining here causes you grief, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. Which is why I've decided that our next set of samples shall be delivered to Palakistan. Furthermore, I ask that those who wish to visit accompany Cypher on his errand. Seeing how your village fares is no doubt the best thing for both of you right now. It'll help you understand your feelings, after which we may proceed howsoever you desire. That guy's perfect for everybody. And should your colleagues require it, I am sure you can be relied upon to dispense the perfect advice. Majina, Hassad, give everyone my regards. Ah, purple. Then it's settled. I'll begin preparing the samples at once. Allow me to assist. No matter what happens, we must finish Mrs. Totter's necklace. Are we ready to proceed with the restoration, do you think? I dare say we have enough additional materials, thanks to Cypher's dedication. As for the work itself, I thought we could entrust it to the lapidary Mrs. Totter once apprenticed with. I'm sure that'll mean a lot to Totter. I'm glad you think so as well. Let's leave the necklace in Farsood's capable hands and join Hassad in Scholar's Harbor. Okay. Blip. Now, one thing that's coming up is they actually are rerunning the Final Fantasy XI crossover event. Which, honestly, is where I got this headband from in the first place. Which I still love, let's be fair. I got that back, let's see. It's back around when I first started the game that they actually kind of redid the event. Or they did the event. I don't know if it was a redone or what, but I just recall that event popping up. It was that and the yokai event. Those were the two first seasonal events I did in this game. Which is why there's like some things I just realistically hold to higher standards. This headband has been with me since ARR, pretty much. So I'm like, it's just pretty much part of the character now, which I really enjoy. To some of my friends' detriment sometimes. But anyway, all right. What's up, Hassad? I remember when we first set foot upon these docks. After a long, exhausting journey through frozen wastes, after surviving those horrid beasts, Mistress Totteru was a warm beacon of light. Working at the boutique helped us to rebuild our lives, but I will never forget that feeling of powerlessness. Should I have stayed in Pakistan and tried to defend my people? Was I a coward to flee? Is it a betrayal to my home and to myself to remain here? I can't stop thinking in circles. Anyway, I'm glad for this opportunity to better understand where where my heart truly lies. All will be well, I'm sure. But we must be off, lest we missed our connecting flight. Light. Tis but a boat. I think that's unless airship. Okay. We're back. We're truly back in Thavnir. Yep, it only took a second. Was Radatan always this grand? I can't believe we lived so close yet rarely made the trip. I remember how it was. Village duties always kept us all too busy for travel. Defending pilgrims was enough for us, for the stewards, even before the final days. I wonder how many temple roads are still traversable. If even those of Radatan struggle to travel for worship, our feelings of estrangement may be more common than we think. Since we come all this way, would you mind terribly if Assad and I toured the city on our own? Let us meet in Pakistan and on. Hey, that's the first time I think NPCs have been like, yeah, let us just kind of go explore the city. They're like, okay, I ain't gonna complain. Well, a few times they've actually, like, done that. Leave, I'm like, yeah. Still love these weapons. Okay, up here. We're about ready to head to a new place. New place with new adventures. Home at last. Yes, home. I can finally breathe again. Come, let's go and find the Elder. Elder, your event. Hastad, Magina, how wonderful it is to see you. I have been so worried. Tell me, how's life in Charlian? Are you being treated well? Oh yes, Elder. Our employer, Mistress Tataru, is the kindest of businesswomen. In fact, she arranged for us to accompany Cypher on his errand here, so we may enjoy some time at home. That is very good of her indeed. I am relieved to hear you are being looked after. You are ever a guardian to our people. Thank you for seeing these children safely home. Now then, what is this errand of which you speak of? I got crap. There you go. Oh, splendid. Our steward shall put these to good use, you may be assured. If only we can repay your generosity with something even half as marvelous. Alas, ours is a village of little extravagance. Everything seems as ever it was. Indeed. With the support of the Radiant Host and the funds you and others have sent, we have regained much of the peace what we once knew. Thank the sisters. Still, there's something I wish to speak with you about, Elder. You worry that your heart grows distant from Thavnir, that you have wandered too far from home. But my child, it is only right that you should wander. That you should roam. Your heart connection endures no matter where you go. You yet think of us fondly enough to visit, yes? And send us what gil you can spare, do you not? Gestures, perhaps, but not true commitment. Should I not be here with all of you working to restore our village? There's no restoring our village, Assad. Without those we lost, Palakistan will never be what it was. We must instead do all we can to become a new village, with a new future ahead of us. Although the particulars of our path are not yet clear to me. How so? Ours has always been a settlement of stewards. As you well know, tasked with the protection and preservation of Thavnir's sacred sites. But we have seen our roads shaken and temples defiled by beasts. The material is not always within our ability to protect. What is everlasting is our faith. The bonds between our people and the divine. Through old teachings, we remind ourselves of life's meaning. Yet, if we wish to ensure our traditions endure for generations to come, should we not strive to do more than maintain our temples until pilgrims deign to visit? But I do not wish to tire you with an old man's musings. Surely there are other ways of ensuring our people remain connected to their heritage and faith. All we need is the right idea. Something new our village could offer. Well. My word seems to have... I can't talk. Well. My word seems to have inspired you, and with the worldly insights you have gained, I am sure any future you envision for Palakistan will be nothing short of remarkable. But there is no need to rush. Take some time to speak with the others and make yourselves at home. This is like, doesn't really feel like a quest complete moment. Oh boy. Let's see what we get. And let's just see how this goes. How foolish I was to think the answer would be so simple. I would come home, roll up my sleeves, and help restore our village to the way it was. I would find fulfillment. Alas, not all that was lost can be reclaimed. Our people face a new struggle, but perhaps by discovering new ways for the village to fulfill its duty, we might yet help our community. Exactly! Like the elder said, surely our experience in Charlian have given us a unique perspective. Not to mention Cypher's extensive knowledge of the world. I'm sure that between the three of us, we could come up with a brilliant plan to support Palakistan. Yes, you're right. And I'm sure that hearing how everyone fares will give us insights as well. Not a soul here will ever forget the hero of Palakistan. I'm sure everyone will be just as eager to speak with you as us. There are also others with whom I'd like to speak once we've finished here. Of course, we mustn't forget to pay our respects. Okay, yep, they're following me. Okay, Queer Day. Excuse me. I couldn't help but notice that beautiful equipment you delivered to the Elder. As a weaver who crafts armor for our stewards, I would love to hear more about its origins. Created in cooperation with guilds from across the world? Oh, I must have a closer look. The final days exposed the limitation of my skills, Traditional Thavnarian techniques alone did not suffice. I'm eager to hone my craft by studying the work of foreign artisans. Although, in my weaker moments, I often wonder if purchasing armor for our stewards would be the superior solution. Alas, that would require a surplus of coin, as well as available product. As a village sustained by donations or remittance, we'd be hard-pressed to afford anything so expensive, even if such suppliers were to venture this deep in the jungle, into the jungle. Ba, ba, ba. Alright, Paula. Oh, hello there. Staying for a while or just passing through? Our recovery has been slow but steady. Though I am concerned for those who will struggle with the wounds our healers cannot cure. The final days may have passed, but grief and trauma are not so easily overcome. Or ever, for those who must accept them as their constant companions. Ours is a tightly knit community, but I worry about for those in the capital and abroad. I imagine it is difficult for them to honor the old teachings as they labor far from home. So many of us fled during those dark times. If we could only bring the comforts of community to all Hanish. Whip out the fancy blade. Clefin has Dald and Magina, accompanied by our savior, no less. Welcome home, welcome home. True. We're a bit short-handed these days, but we manage nevertheless. While there's a happiness in being reunited with our young ones, we're just as happy knowing that you are walking your own path, no matter where it leads. I remember Hastad couldn't wait to become a steward when he was little, but as far as I'm concerned, sending aid from afar is just as praiseworthy as tending to the temples here. Times are changing, and who is to say this cannot be another form of stewardship? A steward who supports the village from afar? I never even considered the possibility. Seeing everyone so eager to help one another makes me more determined than ever to contribute. But before anything else, shall we go? Let's. It'll be good to visit. To Perusa, then. Could we ask you to accompany us? The temple roads are perilous, and your presence would be a great comfort. You know, this entire time I still haven't used this weapon once. Okay, where are we going? Yeah, let's just actually take the walk. We could fly, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, I want to take a walk through the forest. For once. What do you gotta say, Hazad? Discuss the Shroud of Sagna. When I was little, we used to run through these wilds, playing steward and imagining fierce battles with hideous beasts. Got the scolding of a lifetime when our parents found out. But when it really happened, when the sky turned red and the jungle spewed forth unspeakable horrors, I could do nothing but cower. Perhaps that's why I feel so guilty for not returning, for not doing more even if it may never be enough. But this time, I will rise to the occasion. I never used to give much thought to those who walked these roads before me. Countless pilgrims who risked their lives for faith, aware of the dangers ahead, they pressed on. So strong was their devotion, so sacred the tradition. 'Tis a perilous path you walk. So it is written, And so too our forebears must have felt when braving these jungles to reach what would become our beloved home. Yeah? Actually, it's kind of funny because it kind of seems like it would be kind of a perilous path to actually take to get to the temples. Giant monsters, birds, crocodiles. No, we're paying our respects too. I kind of felt like we should just walk. This is where, it's been a while. Yes, but we made it. I'm home, Mother. Father. Here at Perusa, we may commune with the spirits of the departed. Neither Magina nor my parents survived the final days. I told them about how you saved us and that we're doing well. I know that they will rest easier for it. May the next time we visit be to deliver glad tidings from Palakistan. Though I was relieved to find the village in a better state than I had feared, it seems there are still issues that we might help address. Finding a steady source of income, for instance, so the stewards can be properly outfitted without overwhelming the Weamer. Overwhelming the Weaver! Overwhelming the Weaver. I was also troubled to hear about those who continue to struggle without the support of the local community. There must be some way to provide respite. Yes, indeed. The question is what? Do you have any thoughts? Ask yourself. What would Totterer do? Well, Mistress Totterer has always put great store by collaboration and partnerships. So what if Palakistan was to enter into a... Ugh, gosh, man, I cannot talk. I'm gonna grab a swig of my tea real quick. So what if Palakistan were to enter into a partnership? Perhaps with the boutique itself? I think you're onto something. If the boutique sold wares the village produced, for instance, our people would have a reliable revenue stream. But what can Palakistan offer, and to whom? How about amulets and talismans, or images of the deities? Something simple, created with love for our homeland and our faith, so no one forgets or feels forgotten. I like that. Our temples were created in remembrance of our ancestors and divine teachings, but reminders need only take the form of great works. A small keepsake may be just where our gathered brethren need to reassure themselves that they are still members of the community. And this could be the answer we were looking for. I can't wait to tell Mistress Tartaru. Rather, I can't wait for you to tell Mistress Tataru, Regina. It was your idea, after all. Pah. A team effort, let us say. I certainly couldn't have come up with it without you and Cypher. If our proposal is approved, Mistress Tataru will no doubt need assistance in Charlian. I am ready and willing to provide it. But what of you, Assad? What will you do? I too will return to the boutique. One day I will come home to the village. One day I will come home to stay, but for now, I wish to do all in my power to help our village thrive. I'm relieved to hear you say so. Let us go and consult it with the Elder about our plan. Alright, Univit. I hear you were kind enough to escort these children to Perusa. Again, you have my gratitude. Are your feelings any clearer for it? I think so. Regina and I talked it over, and we believe we have struck upon a new way the village might support our people. Explanation. Explanation hand waves. Tangible mementos of our faith. An interesting proposition. Here, many would be glad to create such reminders. I expect those unable to perform strenuous labor would be especially grateful for an opportunity to contribute to the prosperity of our village. To say nothing of these opinions these additional funds would provide. Options. I meant options. But most importantly, we would be able to help those who have chosen to live apart from us feel that much more connected to their community and their faith. I am proud of you both for discovering such an innovative way to do so. It would likely mean that Hastad and I will stay in Charlian for this. Oh my gosh, man, I stumbled over that. I tripped over that word. And down a flight of stairs. It would mean likely as Dodd and I will stay in Charlian for the foreseeable future. Dang. Then take with you the knowledge that no matter where your journey takes you, our hearts will always be as one. May the sisters guide you. We'll come back again. I promise. In the meantime, we shall see our plan to fruition. I'll send word once we've determined the particulars. Right then. Charlian awaits. To think those two were once mired in all-consuming sorrow. I can hardly recognize them now. I'm sure I have you and their Charlian benefactor to thank for their recovery. Please extend my warmest regards to Mistress Tataru when next you meet. Okay. At the Agora? Wait a minute, hold up. Okay, yeah, okay. Back to old Charlie. I'm like, where the heck is the Agora? I had to double check myself. Oh great, it's snowing here too. It's cold. It's already cold here. I don't want to be cold in game anymore. There's one bastion of warmth. Alright, Vegeta, what's up? Cyphro! The necklace is back from the laboratory. He had nothing but fond memories of Mistress Tataru and was eager to pour everything into the restoration. The result is magnificent. The original sapphire, accented with the black pearl from the ruby sea and rose shell of Warlert, united by a length of machi leather, a singular necklace symbolizing Mistress Tataru's past and present. By the sisters, what a remarkable gift! However, it wants for a finishing touch. Preferably by your hand, Cyphro. And after hearing about your visit to Palakistan, I know just the thing. In short, we will be proposing a new line of products to help our people feel closer to their roots, yes? So, in honor of Mistress Tataru's roots, I would have you inscribe the symbol of Nal Thal on the back of the pendant. It would be an honor. I am a level 90 goldsmith. With painstaking effort and unwavering focus, you engrave the symbol of the traitors onto Tataru's necklace. Any who behold it will surely know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this final flourish was by the product of your heroic hand. Sick. I'm sure she will adore it. Our work is officially done. Yeah! I just received word from Mistress Tataru. She should be arriving at Scholar's Harbor soon. Let's go and meet her there. She probably knew we were doing this. I'll actually be surprised if she doesn't. I wasn't expecting a personal escort from the docks, though I dare say I could grow accustomed to it. How was your time in Palakistan? Did you find it worthwhile? Explanation hands. That's what I'm gonna start calling it when they do that now. Explanation hands. So while they do have interest in our equipment, matters of recovery are their greater concern at the present? Recovery, yes, but also growth, which may lead to a lucrative opportunity for the boutique, if you will permit me to suggest another new product. What if we offered handicraft designed and produced by the people of Palakistan? Authentic works representative of Hannish culture. For those of us living abroad, reminders of home would do wonders to ease feelings of estrangement, and for others, such pieces could be appreciated as beautiful works of art. Our village is up to the task. You will not be disappointed. Doubt not their conviction, Mrs. Tataru. A product that embodies Thavner's spiritual beauty to be shared with the whole world? Why, the boutique should offer nothing less. Though we've made wonderful progress with our samples, I believe it's time for a change of pace. And handicraft born from a heartfelt desire to celebrate one's culture is bound to resonate with others. Given her ignorance, I presume Vegeta intends to stay and help facilitate this new venture. But what about you, Hassad? You felt the call to return Thavnir rather more strongly, as I recall. Yes, well, after talking with everyone at home, I realized that living apart from them does not mean I must forsake my childhood dreams of service. I believe I can best serve my people by staying in Charlotte and continue to work at the boutique. If you'll have me. With pleasure, Hassad. Oh, come on. Mr. Shadaru, if we would not be untoward, we'd like to present you with a small token of our appreciation for everything you've done for us. Not untoward at all. Rest assured, I graciously accept all offerings of praise and adoration, especially ones as fine as this. But how queer! This sapphire looks remarkably like the one in my... Cypher, is this my mother's sapphire? Look, I put the symbol down all the... Hers. So now rightfully yours. It's hers. It's really hers. Never in my life did I imagine I'd see this jewel again. It was part of a family heirloom. When my mother was married, she received it from her mother. How her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the one day giving it to me. I'll never forget. But when Father's business failed, we lost everything. And that was the last I saw of it. Though your heirloom did not survive in its entirety, Master Pippin managed to recover the sapphire. From there, we collected the parts from clients during sample deliveries and commissioned the necklace you now hold. Now that I think of it, Cypher did receive mysterious gifts on those visits. So that's what it was about. Time after time, I am reminded that a fortune in coin promises only a fraction of what a wealth of friendship provides. When my family lost its last guild, I became a Labrides apprentice, and that's how I met a certain miner named Menphilia. We hit it off instantly, chatting every time she brought in gems for appraisal. And then one day she came not with her usual haul, but an invitation to join the Path of the 12. The rest, as they say, is history. One serendipitous meeting that led to so many others. That led to so many incredible adventures. I saw a poor little girl reunited with a priceless memento. Our teachings say there is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. But we never need suffer alone. And what is more beautiful than the bonds that we share with others? Indeed. It's these connections that give meaning to our lives. Connections for which I too am grateful, and thus compelled to advise that we return to the Agora. The counter remains unmanned, and we mustn't neglect our clients. Quite right, quite right. Back to work with a lot of us. We got new products to plan. That brought tears to my eyes a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I tried to hold it together. Alright, Vegeta, let's finish this up. Put a bow on it. Cyphro, on behalf of the entire boutique, allow me to thank you for all you have done. I'm ashamed to admit that at our assignment to prepare Mrs. Totter's surprise, Marsuth and I failed to prepare something for you. That's fine. And that sounds like a cue for Mistress Totteru. Mwahaha! Very soon, Cyphro here will no doubt embark upon another journey to the corners of the world unknown, as he is wont to do. Yeah. So to wish you well in making new friends, and to remind you of those who will always hold you in their hearts, I have prepared bespoke chocobo boarding, crafted with love by one Totaru Taru. Oh, nice. I was wondering how to get that. I dare say the boutique will be embarking on its own adventure in the coming days. And with true adventure, invariably comes tribulation. But with your compassion, resourcefulness, and reliability, I have every confidence that we shall succeed in respective endeavors. To ever higher returns of both coin and camaraderie. Oh, and don't think just because you're running off the other side of the world that I don't intend to solicit your future involvement, Cyphro. Okay. You won't escape me that easily. That was nice. And, perfect timing, I've got to go and help with the groceries. So I will be back in a few minutes. Alrighty. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry it took so long. But we got... What do we get from this? Wayfarer's Barding. And Bespoke Framer's Kit. Which, we're going to take a look and see what that's all about. Big dreams, small fortune. Let's take a look at those. Alright, the bespoke barding. Make this window a little bit bigger. I don't think it has a headpiece. Oh no, it's wayfarers. Okay. Let's go take a look at this. We got the Tribal Alliance quest left, and then MSQ. And then patch will be done. And the grind just begins. The grind to... best in slot. Not really best in slot, but, you know, current level gear. We'll take a look at this bespoke barding on the chocobo real quick. Okay. All right. Let's turn off the camera for a minute. I'll just kind of pan around him. It actually is a kind of, like, I like it. It's a minimalistic chocobo barding. It's actually something that I could actually realistically use. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the other chocobo bardings, but this one still, like, shows off the chocobo while also giving it the flair. Very minimalistic. I like it. Let's get a little bit cool off. But okay. Cross scroll lock. Get off the chocobo. And let's take a look at what we got out of the Tataru's portrait. There we go. lords. Oh, it's a plate. Okay, I kind of like that. The plate design, that's why I couldn't find it. Well, I still like this better. So I do enjoy that. Alright. Now, the next thing we've got is the Alliance. The Alliance, quest. The tribal quest. The Alliance, you know what I mean. Close. Jamming way. Dinner and a show. The manager's work is never done, or so Jammingway's muttering would indicate. Here for a status report, Cypher? I quite understand. I get terribly anxious whenever I step away from the cafe. Why, just the other day I returned to find that a Graybloff had stuck behind the counter to bathe in the soup. Such incidents aside, the last dregs couldn't be more successful. We're bustling with business and Elysian is thriving. Here we go. Yet, as the manager of this operation, I would be remiss not to ponder new ways to juice a little more happiness out of this carrot. Or this unit hastens to indicate that the current levels of juice and happiness are within optimal parameters. Any attempt to push either beyond capacity may prove disruptive to the present equilibrium. Of course it would be disruptive, you glorified can opener! A threat to the status quo it may be, but innovation is the lifeblood of business. And to think our patrons delight should we treat them to, say, thrilling entertainment over a cup of carrot coffee. Whatever we do needs to be truly spectacular, though. So good that even the Nibrin won't simply stare morosely. Only I had any ideas whatsoever. The Dreamways are full of ideas. Can't vouch for quality, though. Really now? I heard they were cooking up something in the hold, but I had no idea the project was such a success. I must see it for myself. Interested in a trip to Best Ways Burrow, Cyphro? I'd appreciate your opinion on any possibilities I turn up. I trust you can mind the cafe in 7000. Contact me via the Ragnarok system should there be any more soup scandals. Okay, now we're going to Best Way Burrows. Jamming way. So this is the new Harper's Hold, eh? I must say it's a significant improvement over the crates and buckets. As for these stations that everyone's hopping to join, that one over there is a true work of art. I particularly appreciate their taste in subject matter. However, one can hardly expect half a dozen civilizations to share the same aesthetic sensibilities. I shudder to imagine the pontification and gunfire that would ensue if we asked our patrons to paint a mural. Those machines remind us of N7000, right down to the ears. They fit in quite well with our current staff. Then again, that would hardly be an innovative solution, wouldn't it? We already have more condescending numerical projections than we could possibly need. I suppose the music is another matter of taste, though those loppers certainly seem to be having fun. One second. Do you think a mortal dragon would enjoy being blasted with laser lights while it sings its ancient melodies? No? Pity. A shop. Perhaps our patrons would enjoy a selection of knickknacks sold alongside our regular menu items. Though mining those Omicron coins requires a truly exorbitant amount of processing power. And what if increased circulation led to a drop in Omni token value? Mother forfend. This station looks familiar. I wonder if Cooking Way has any new recipes to share. But there is quite a bit of carrot on the menu already. N7000 would doubtless whir and whinge about the lack of variety. Huh. Is that a broadcasting station? Oh, I do so love a good transmitter. I wonder what sort of messages they're sending. You're listening to Hope FM. Stay tuned for more talking and ways all day and night. Moontime. Color me intrigued. Ensuring widespread access to receivers seems like a hard work, but well worth the effort indeed. We could adjust the tuning of Ragnar's transmission facility to receive this transmission in the last dregs. But it still may not provide the level of crowd-pleasing excitement we're aiming for. While each and one of these stations is wonderful in its own right, I fear none are quite suitable for our goals. Perhaps Dreaming Way can dream up something special for us? Oh, Cypher, and is that Jamming Way? It's been so long I had started to think they were avoiding me. You opened a cafe out in Ultimate Fool? That's one mother of a dream. And business is booming. Well, I'm honored to be consulted about your upcoming event. Now we only need to work out what it is. You spoken with Talking Way yet? They receive letters and listeners from across the star. Surely one or two have mentioned exciting happenings on the Theorist. Wait there. I present Talking Way. It's a pleasure to see you again. I would be happy to assist you in your endeavors however I can. Forgive me, but have we met before? Ah yes, you would remember me as Consoling Way, but I recently taken up the name Talking Way in honor of my new dream. How wonderful. I look forward to working with you, Talking Way. Dreaming Way mentioned you're in search of a rousing entertainment for your patrons, and one possibility hops to mind. If our listener mail is of any indication, the Avenue's hippo cart races have been drawing quite the crowd of late. Folk come from far and wide to see those hippos hurdle, 'tis said. Hurdling hippos? Why, that does sound exciting. Could set up a race course in the necropolis to give the last dregs patrons a prime view of the action. A stirring contest of speed and skill which the likes of Ultimate Thule has never before seen. Surely that'll pique even the Nibiran's interest. Any ideas on how we might approach these hippo racers, Cypher? I know them already. Because their leader's a friend of yours. You really do know everyone. I hope we can count on you for an introduction. A hippo hustle and Ultimate Fool sounds like the sort of entertainment that should be available to all. Could our radio station provide a live broadcast of the event? But of course, With the Ragnarok as a relay, there's no signal we cannot boost. I should like nothing more to share the joy of an experience with our listeners across Asterius. I would certainly be curious to attend myself. Then it's settled. We'll make a start on the preparations. I trust you can convince the hippos to traverse the Sea of Stars. To Thavnir. You were said you were looking for a woman named Trina, correct? Oh, I can hardly wait. In fact, I can't. See you there. Alrighty. Oh, yeah, I wonder where you get the backpack from. Or it's MSQ stuff, I don't know. We're gonna be going back to Yildimed. Yildimed. Not gonna lie. Somebody's FC is Burns, one eye PvP. Jesus. Oh, that's pretty good. Trina! Hey, what's up? We haven't been back in a while. The little one with you? They've been there patting their ears for a while now. And staring. Got a lot of staring going on. Radio? Yeah, I've heard of it. One of my crew lugged the radio contraption all the way here from Old Charlian. That could be who sent you the letter about the Hanish Hippo hustle. Come to think of it. Your race is at the top of the star. We'd love to bring that excitement out to Ultimate Thule, though it is a wee bit of a trek from here. Ultima who? Now them I ain't heard of. They live across the sea somewhere, I take it? As buoyant as our hippos are, we can't just send them out into the wide world on their own. You need a Kala and me to race them safely, and I think I have too much work here at home to abandon my post. Can't thank you enough for taking an interest in our operation, though. Aww. It's truly a shame, but I would hate to make the hippo riders disappoint their own customers in the name of entertaining ours. What to do? Dreaming away and talking away, we're excited for this plan too. We mustn't give up just yet. I'm calling a strategy meeting. To be held? Well, that post over there looks like as good a place as any. I understand Turno's passion for her work. I feel the same about my own. Perhaps someone else might race on their behalf. No, should I race? Him. I heard your conversation. Akala, I will want to race Turner. And I know Turner wants to race. Akala, you're the one Turner mentioned, aren't you? Never Turner's work ends. When she finishes with hippos, she teaches us the common tongue so we fit in. She teaches us Hanish manners and fairness in trade. Haka, I find your language difficult, but my speaking improves. Turner says so. But Turner has no time to ride hippos now. She cares about hippos and the hippo riders, our kin. Always she helps us. But she forgets we can help her. Always we want to help her. I see. Trina's a great leader, but she takes every responsibility upon herself. No wonder she has no time left to race over to race him. Always Trina listens to you. You must talk sense at her. Yes, I quite agree. If in her heart of hearts Trina wants to race, then that's all more reason for us to host a hippo hustle. Do you think you can convince her to come around? Hello. You! Right out the gate. You hold it right there. I know that look, but you'll find I ain't so easily persuaded. Okay. Talk sense, Trina. You know how important our delivery business is. You helped us get our start, so I tried to talk me out of it. I know you live for excitement. Don't you want to explore the unknown? Of course I would. There's only so many times you can race the same course without starting to feel like a chore. But too many folks are relying on our services for me to go gallivanting. Doesn't your hippo deserve a change of scenery? Sora's a happy hippo as long as she's running. Don't think she'd notice as much of the scenery. I'd have a lot less steering to do if she did. Kala's worried about you, you know. I told him there's nothing to worry about. I miss racing to be sure, but the hippo riders come first. Business couldn't be better, and I like to keep it that way. I recall a heartwarming lesson during the inaugural Anish Hippo Hustle. That was a race for the ages, to be sure, and it was all thanks to our team here. Like I always say, you can only do so much by yourself. I do say that, don't I? Yet here I am acting like a Kala back when he first got here. Guess I was right that him and I ain't so different in more ways than I knew. Alright, fine. The hippo riders pull together to keep things moving in Thavnir, and you'll have your race. Easily convinced? I knew you would come through for us. Why, you had her convincing herself by the end. And 7,000, is that you? Affirmative. Several shrill life forms have come bearing word of a hippo hustle to take place in the necropolis. As serving units, we have automatically initializing advertising protocols. This unit requests swift confirmation that these reports are accurate. They are accurate. And tell those units I like their initiative. As for my fellow Loperate life forms, I recommend a tall glass of carrot juice for each. They are sure to place additional orders. Acknowledge. Interference? Testing, please respond. Prioritizing requests for managerial assistance on the customer service front. Ending transmission. Don't you terminate this transmission on me. Rude. Rude. What was all that about, I wonder? Alright. Initiating a new call doesn't work either. I doubt it's anything serious, but perhaps you should check out an N7000 just in case. You typically carry at least one object suitable for a light bludgeoning, do you not? I'll work out the finer details with Trina and see the Hippo Rider safely to Ultimate Thule. I trust the cafeteria will be attacked when we arrive. Alright, back to Ultimate Thule. Now we fly over to the cafe. Giant etheric space booger. Your return is most welcome. However, one managerial life form, it remains conspicuously absent. Understood. This unit will initiate idling protocols until jamming arrives. Carrot-based refreshments are even distributed to the newcome life forms. And such refreshing refreshments as they were. Furthermore, as your sensory organs will have detected, the usual customers have vacated the premises. The unit will now convey additional context. Dude, once upon a time code. So to sum it up, we no longer need to worry for lack of patrons. In fact, the last dregs being empty is quite inconceivable. Cypher, oh, thanks to sisters, wasn't sure we'd make it. Especially after that experimental aetheryte. Oi, where are our customers? You had one job, you button for brains. We're elevated body temperature detecting a nagging life form. This unit recommends swift consumption of chilled liquids. As for the customers, they have temporarily ceased their consumption of fine cafe fare to prepare for the upcoming race. Ah, yeah. The Corellians procured a transport vessel with the assistance of Stigma 4. Presently, the global citizens and freedom fighters are conducting a joint test drive. Meanwhile, the Greblos expressed long-standing desire to float about within the Miv, which were eagerly volunteered by the EA caretakers to serve as steeds. The unit's ethical algorithms are still processing. The Dragons too intended to participate. Soaring through Elysian's mountains has revived their passion for flight, and they've expressed a desire to see more of Ultima Thule from above. Unexpected, but I'll take it. So long as our patrons reach happiness, the means by which they travel matters not. This unit agrees, and hopes that all patrons will be replete with joy in their inevitable defeat by the... This unit agrees and hopes all patrons will be replete with joy upon their inevitable defeat by the superior Omicron vehicle. Artillery may be involved. Artillery? Artillery is no match for Arcana. I dodge. This is shaping up to be a gauntlet fiercer than Barnum's metal. This unit invited the Nibron to share the singular experience of losing to the Omicrons, but their registration remains pending. Nevertheless, they have concluded to observe the other civilizations' preparations. We'll have to hope that the overall excitement sweeps them eventually. For now, we have our own preparations to attend to. On that note, This unit recalls the inventing life form which to speak with Cypher regarding said preparations. Reports of critical levels of static electricity indicate likely presence of this ally at base Omicron. Now, this unit must return to supervising Sigma Force production of racetrack features. Engaging enthusiasm protocols. Alright. Oh, they're down there. Okay. I'll just fly, thanks. There it is. Aha! Just the person of a theorist I was hoping to see. As our Omicron friend will doubtless relate to you, this race is no longer a mere spectator sport. The people of Ultimate will be bringing the best their civilizations have to offer, and they mean to win. Should the Akasadora, then, be left to defend Aetherius' honor on their own? Nay, says I. Mother put her faith in the myriad peoples of the star for a reason. Fortunately, we brought another number of moonhoppers to help prepare for the hustle. With a little help from good old Inventing Way, there's no reason that one can't haul you to victory. Hit 7,000 mentioned artillery, that might be a reason. I had been hoping to join the contest. And the moment of our triumph will soon be upon us. I've already taken the liberty of operating this moonhopper. Dazzle your competition with the hyper hop step, or the big boost button to outstrip them with ease. Actually, why not do both? Do mind your power reserves, though. Even with my prodigious skill, there are only so many batteries I can shove into this chassis. Now hobble along and tell N7000 to add one more entrance to the roster. I'll catch up once I discover where this final screw belongs. Okay. We're gonna be racing? Like, is this actually something we're doing? Like, is this something we're gonna be, like, actively doing, or is it gonna be a cutscene? Where race preparations continue in accordance with predictions. Did the inventing life form raise any matters of note? You'll be joining the fray? How thrilling. Entrant registered. This unit will now provide supplementary information regarding the course. Please direct your orbs toward this geographical data display. The race will begin at Starship Ragnarok in Oxytron Delta Octo. Once genuine Ogoluk signal the commencement of hostilities, competitors may proceed across Raytria through Ostrakon Tria. Passage through the checkpoint range is mandatory. Those rings look rather lofty. How are the hippo carts to get there? In Ultimate Fool, emotions become reality. You only need to believe to make your hippos fly. Did you just call me an ultimate fool? Because I'd have to be to believe something like that. Once in Oxytron Tria, the racers will enter the artillery zone, which extends from the periphery of Oxytron to the abode of the Ea. This exciting enhancement is sponsored by the Alphatron civilization. Wait, you were serious about the artillery? What if my Surya gets hit? Out of concern for the Curiosity's smooth four-legged life forms, Sigma 4 is presently manufacturing non-lethal cannons. Encountering these painless projectiles will result no more than explosive removal from the course. Those who remain unblasted should continue the Oxtron Hexi and proceed through base Omicron. Then it is merely a matter of reaching the finish line, located at the last dregs. I win, then I feast on tiny desserts. Note that, in accordance with the Omicron contest protocols, there are no restrictions on contrivances magical, mechanical, or maniacal during the race. This concludes the briefing. Well, at least I packed my rainbow, Galil. Soraya should be happy to run for it, no matter where she is. You brought Galil. Why are you not sheriff? Sharing is caring. We've been through this, Akala. Hippo's never shown a lick of interest. You just like throwing things. Go ahead and make your preparations. I need to make sure that N7000 isn't understating the firepower of those cannons. Once it's taken care of, I'll retrieve your Moonhopper and meet you at the Ragnarok. There it is, right down there. Still an impressive ship. While commencing the race, several cutscenes will play in sequences. Recommend you says that. Okay. Test. People of Aetheris, are you there? We are your hosts, Talking Way and Dreaming Way, coming to you live from that very edge of the universe. And here among the stars, the hyper hustle's about to begin. This contest for the ages will see competitors race against the land as barren as it is beautiful, vying to be the first to cross the finish line. You won't want to miss a moment of this, folks. Now let us introduce you to our racers. Okay, hold up. We're gonna snooze this for a couple minutes. Hold up, I'm snoozing the ads for a couple minutes on Twitch. I'll just use all three of them. Hell with it. Okay, there we go. Because it's 20 minutes. Hauled by the speedy Soraya, a courier as fast as she is reliable. All the way from Thavnir is Trina the Hippo Rider. Next, Agadasura is fearsome on the track as he is fearless on the battlefield. Honed in the fires of the Hanish Hippo hustle, I, Akala. Let's hope that the Peacekeepers' less peaceful functions are disabled. Hailing from Corellian, a team of once bitter enemies turned fast friends, the citizens of freedom. Go with their outfit. Our next entrant... Nah. Our next entrant may look more frolicsome than furious, but pass them at your peril, supported by the ever-so-dealing It's the electrifying Grebless X. 1 second. This mean, clean speeding machine is ready to put the Alpha back in the Alphatron civilization. Say hello to the lethal Lambda unit victory. But lo, what wisdom rides the wind of Elysian and fair peaks once forgot. The Dragon Star has joined the fray. Last but not least, a sword in the darkness, a beacon of hope, the champion of the Eorzea. Friends across the universe, we present the one and only Hurrier of Light. What's this? A number one challenger? Are they supposed to be here? I thought the Hurrier was the last participant. You made it! Did you prepare a vehicle? We can lend you a moonhopper if you like. That will not be necessary. What in the name of Mug Swallow Marga? Zori's a good girl, but she ain't no divinity. That's a normal hippo meant to complete with that. Like I said, you and your hippo only need to be let your competitive spirits burn bright. Where there's a will, there's a way. Quite literally. Suppose I'll toss some gulal and hope for the best. Racers, are you ready? Our racers have assembled at the starting line. Who will surpass the rest and emerge triumphant? There'll be choices, we're actually racing these things. On your mark, get set. Go! And they're off, with the Northern God of Rala taking the lead. Sweet mother! A juicy jump from Muse Myth to set Lambert unit tumbling. The other competitors race on. They're entering the next arena, the field of automated artillery. Citizen Freedom are going in. We received transmission from the Peacekeeper. This is not compared to the carnage on Carillion. Yeah, you've heard it here, folks. Peacekeeper was down by a double cannon blast. How fortunate the Carillions wear helmets. Akala's cart is engulfed in a cloud of galal. A ploy to distract competing hippos, perhaps? Or did he fall prey to rainbow temptation? Whatever the cause, it's only made Trainer the Hippo Rider's cart fly all the faster. She has overtaken the Hurrier of Light for second place. To claim victory, you must overtake both Trina's cart and the Nibber's Rala. Take a liberty at alternating this Moonhopper. Dazzle your competition with the Hyper Hop Step, or press the big boost button to outstrip them with ease. Actually, why not do both? Do mind your power reserves, though. Even with my prodigious skill, there's only so many batteries I can shove into this chassis. Use boost to overtake the Hippo cart. Grab Sirius' attention with the Hyper Hop Step. Then boost yourself with Pastrala. The Hippo has halted, overwhelmed by the epiphany of my song, no doubt. And the Hurrier of Light has taken second place to the cries, "This ain't over, Cypher." This is it, folks. The final stretch. The Hurrier of Light has pushed the Moonhop. Okay, I can't even read that. It's too fast. We have word from N7000 at the finish line. The winner of the Hyper Hustle is... the Hurrier of Light by a nose. Literally, just by like a smidgen. We do not understand. Our chosen form was suitable, our performance flawless, yet victory was not ours to claim. It has been long since we've experienced this quickening of the pulse, this vexation. That's racing for you. Just when you think you've got it, some grinning idiot comes shooting past to take the gold. Then sometimes you gotta be that grinning idiot. That's the thrill of it. You'll never know if it'll go your way. You just race with all you got. You're upset that you lost can only mean one thing. You want to win next time. That's a dream worth tracing. Trust me, I'm an expert. We do feel a yearning to race once more. A desire to triumph. Looks like my hopper's gonna need more batteries. This as well. We will engage with the other patrons of this establishment to develop a superior stratagem. Where anonymous readings indicate a positive effect on the local environment. In accordance with Jamingway's aspirations, the last dregs has become an even greater source of hope. Despite the significant extensive property damage and crushing defeat incurred, this unit rates the hyper hustle as worth it. To think you did all that on a Lopper-built craft. I'm delighted that we could play some small part in your triumph. I'm even more delighted that the Nubrun have finally found something to work towards. Still, I'll be glad when we resume our usual service. Maybe make myself a nice carrot coffee while I'm still behind the counter. You're right. I admit it. I had a great time racing, even if I didn't understand half of what was going on. But as fun as that was, I need to be getting on home with Thavnir. Don't want to leave the hippo riders alone for too long, lest some heads start getting restless. We finished packing up the broadcasting equipment, so we'll be heading back to the Dreaming Workshop ourselves. So soon, it'll feel so empty out here in the cosmic void without you. Affirmative, but did we not have one more objective to complete before the other organic life forms depart? Objective? Oh, I nearly forgot! Talking way, inventing way, help me lift this up. 1, 2, huh? It's for you, Cyphro. A trophy befitting the victor of the Hyper Hustle. As you can see, it was designed in the image of the last dregs, the Hippo Riders, and also the Dreaming Ways. That reminds me, we brought a few commemorative gifts as well. One for the last dregs and one for Snavda. You have an eatery there too, I hear. Then I hope you let us keep us company at mealtimes. Whether it's weather advisories, hoppy music, or simply a friendly voice need, Hope FM is there for you. So this is a radio contraption too. Has bigger ears than the other one I saw, but I'll be sure to listen with the crew. I was just thinking we should get one of these. Our patrons are gonna love it. where projections anticipate increased customer satisfaction in the ambience category. Thank you, Cypher. We wouldn't be here if you hadn't brought us together. I think I speak for everyone when I say this day will shine like a newborn star in our memories. I hope you feel the same. Just don't let it eclipse the possibility of more unforgettable days to come, after all. Look across the sea, up at the moon, past the distant stars, and you'll find us waiting for you. Ooh. We got an emote from that, too? Heck yeah. Hop flop. Reputation up. We got Space Race. The Manderphilius? I didn't realize we got a title from that one. Alright, gotta use this emote. Let's see what the emote is. Probably respect, yep. What is this dance? Oh, it's that one dance they do. Okay, makes sense. This was the one dance they did. Oh, this is fantastic. That's actually that was worth it. All right, let's go put this trophy in the house. Oh yes, that's. Let me be fair. That's perfect. That's a perfect reward. Oh, I thought it came with a table. Where can we put this? I personally wish I could stack it on top of the armoire, but can't do that. Rotate it around. I'll go ahead and scoot over the spice rack. There we go. Well, that looks nice. Alrighty. So, that's all the side stuff that I'm aware of, other than Island Sanctuary. But that ain't nowhere near done. I kind of puttered out on that one. Let me be fair. Because Island Sanctuary just didn't seem fun. Like, it didn't seem like a relaxing time. It seemed more like resource management. I think that was my main problem with it. That and a lot of it was tied to real world time, unless you were grinding the thing out, like, infinitely. So. Okay, so what next? Next is MSQ. Hope MSQ is voiced. Because, not gonna lie, I've been talking for a while. Don't mind all the talking though. That's the Mega Duda, ain't it? Mega Duda, yep. Marshawn has a message from Charlian. Ah, Cypher, one of my clerks here was just here with a message for you. The students of Aldessian request your presence in Charlie at your earliest convenience. Indebted I am as to our friends, I hope that I might too be of service. But it is you alone that they require. If you have no pressing business, pray make your way to the Baldetsian Annex at once. Ojeka awaits your arrival. In the meantime, I shall continue showing Ashdaya the city. From notable landmarks to people's lives. There is still much more for her to see. Farewell, my friend. Farewell for now, my friend. I shall look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together. Later, Marshawn. Or sorry. Alright, to the Valdesian Annex. I won't lie, they really did bait us with the freaking, the green earring. Either that or it's something they have planned for later. Like, they ain't gonna do it this expansion, but they might do it another expansion. Don't need the map. Bum, 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 bum. A warm and hearty welcome to you, Cypher. I gather you received our message. Please wait here while I fetch Kral and Graha. Voiced or no? Doubtful. Thank you for coming on such short notice. And forgive us for sending for you so soon after your trials in the void. To say nothing of your grueling battle against the 12. Now then, we aren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Aaronville. Stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. Fellow Bun Boy need help? Me help Bun Boy. I imagine you're surprised as we are, given he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plans. All he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Cypher to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studium. Shall we look for him there? Yep, let's go. It's Don Trail time. Good question. We'll see. I don't think it's something they do, but that's something I'd hoped they would do. Kind of like scratch the itch, keep us in anticipation for it, but also scratch the itch. Wow, this is a stupid short quest. It literally was talk to Kara, talk to a Jega, then talk to Kral. That was it for this quest. Jesus, that was short. Even by my standards. That is ridiculously short for a quest. I was making the joke, ha ha ha, it's not gonna be that long. Now then, where is Erebus? Oh, they better have this voiced.
Erenville!
Yay! It's forced.
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
But it seems you've lost her.
Did she wander off?
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is him. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain he's no ordinary man.
Hey!
I'm Uklamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
Tulihuela.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Yes.
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course. Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning. I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wuklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Tulihuela is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with two heads besides. He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
So that is the way of it. My apologies
Oh,
if I
thanks,
was
Noah.
indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me. Now, this is only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valiarmanda.
There it is.
Tell me that doesn't pique your interest.
Golden City. I've heard about it before.
So the tales have reached even these shores. I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tuliolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
Poor Anvil. It's clear that it's one of those, he knows her from childhood. Holy crap. Grahati appears equal parts bewildered and excited. No. Stop it. Shit. Which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. Let us first begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. Not sure what might be suitable location for her hunt, however. When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about a petition from researchers on the Isle of Ham. You went there long ago and culled some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinary docile fauna have grown savage. They believe they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so your researchers seek assistance in identifying it and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition? Well, isn't far, and we'd also be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Tural. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have the chance to get acquainted. Not gonna lie, she looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. Now, before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions, my apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray, go on ahead and to the aisle. I'll join you as soon as possible. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, should be simple enough to secure a vessel. Yeah, let's go. And, yeah, Asura isn't that hard, actually. At least to me, she wasn't. But... I have also done... Oh my god, they might actually do this. Hey, cool, the Reaper one looks pretty sick, too. Like, I'm gonna be seeing everybody run around with dang, completed relic weapons today. That includes myself. But yeah, she didn't seem that hard to me. Just felt like standard affair dancing. Yeah, it's a solo duty. I knew it. So we have to take a ship? And I've barely stepped foot on dry land. Oh well, I suppose it's for a good cause. A hunt. Come, let's get going. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequences. Recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Yeah, battle. Figured as much. There's always this.
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Yogg-Tural. Oh, a white bear. I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know. I know. So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
This brother of yours, he has been to Charliot.
He has. Kona's my second older brother. And until recently, he was a student in the city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studio.
He went to the studio? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain, hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
I'm a little bit excited. I'm wondering if I hope they did do what I think they did.
The researchers should be just ahead.
Oh, cool, it's voice too. Nice.
There. The building to the northeast.
So ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right, let's hunt our fill.
Look! Someone's in trouble!
Yeah? Taste my axe!
These animals are usually so docile.
Stop. Well, thank goodness you come. Think you're the one who answered our petition? Wait, aren't you? You are! Cypher, the adventurer who saved our star. With that meeting, our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when suddenly I found myself surrounded. You'll find some more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there continue to tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment.
You really are famous.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
Yes, Graha. Set us up.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
We're gonna have peaceful. Veterans come in from a petition, I assume. We are most fortunate that one of your considerable skill is here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days, but we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threat you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all this. Should you find anything at all, we'd be most grateful if you would share it with us. Ooh, we get to go now.
I'll handle this. Still.
Nice.
Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
Part of rabbit's beast remains, torn and straightened by sharp
These
talons.
claw marks. I've seen their like before.
It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Oh. Wow. But still, the fact that they're letting us kinda... You find feathers scattered about the ground. There are signs of fierce struggle.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat?
The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left them is less likely to
Still
still close by.
Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Do you suppose that upset would stop their hunt?
Who knows? If they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one.
Let's head back and report what we found.
I like the fact they did let us explore it a bit more.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey. Ah! What is that thing? It speaks?
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Come, Woklamat.
Right.
Papa. Let's go.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Forgive me, but I fail to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
A giant pterodactyl. Pterodactyl. What I have to call it this much clovery, but.
Although you like bird, I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Look out!
I've never seen such an enormous collar.
Sticky spit, huh?
Not good. Quickly, gather together. I've got you. That was too close. Steady now. Spread out, everyone.
Who paid for that? Thank you.
A giant parrot essentially was not on my bingo card. Ow.
That was hardly a tickle.
Nothing to it. Got me now, you loudmouth bastard!
Throw everything you have at it.
Yeah.
And I had barely limbered up.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt. What a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks, dirty tricks.
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me. Have at you.
Cryo?
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you. In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamat. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer. With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy. As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal. It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliyollal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, he would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuli Yolal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
Well, we didn't get that, but that's still was pretty fun. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I've got to use the restroom, and I'll be right back in a little bit. we're back. With the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the colibri meat. For better or for worse, there's really one place we can take it to here in Charlotte, the last stand. God, let's see what Dickon could cook up for us. Well, sad we didn't get any hands-on experience with Pictomancer, so I guess we're just gonna have to wait for that. Like I said, I figured they wouldn't do something like that. But it was like wishful thinking. It was a wishful thing where it's just like, yeah, you figure they have like the basic layout of it. There's something like silent specific actions, but actually, you know, would work. Because technically, hey, Krell, they have a different technique than you. Well now, there's a famished face if I have ever seen one. What can I get you, Cypher? I got meat. Ooh, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me, I have just the recipe. New dish I recently learned for some sailors, and for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear?
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together. I'd heard that Charlayan cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveller ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice. So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Charlian.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
Yep, figured.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tuliolal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
Girl, you're gonna be here for about
In that case,
5 months.
the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
Well, the Woklamot has the makings of a Woklamot has the makings of a ruler. I couldn't say, but I do know that she deeply cares for our nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Well then, it's past time I reported our mission success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I shall come back. I shall come by the annex later. Until then. We're coming, dog. Rahati is mulling over what you learned of Woklamot and her plan. Well, I dare say we know a fair grasp of Woklamot's situation. Still, you've been afforded your time to consider her invitation. Why not use to learn more about Tural? Nomadon is bound to have some information on the continent. Certainly wouldn't hurt to be better informed. Quite right. Not only would it help you make an informed decision, but if you choose to go, you would be better prepared for what awaits. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. So, yeah. So, pretty much what we just learned was the reasoning for us getting involved in winning the contest is actually to help prevent a war. Nice. That's actually... That's actually pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Oh god, this could take a minute to walk. But, yeah. So that's the interesting part about it. There's 4 candidates, and there's one that can't, the one that they actually kind of state that is very, very bad for the nation. Pudding, wait, what are you doing? You still down there reading about pudding? Yep. Studying up on more pudding. Okay. Origin of blue magic can be traced back to esoteric practices of the Wallachui, a tribe in the distant continent of Terrell. Tribes hold natures in its highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they've learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the cerulean deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Wallachui's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. Wait a minute, is this, damn it, what's his name? Is it the Blue Magic guy's stuff? This reason I chose this color, as you'll doubtless glean, is for the significance it holds to the Wallachui. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. I can't remember his name. But it's the Blue Magic, guild guy. Alright, lines of sand, the geopolitics of Heidelin. Let's begin by comparing the geological characteristics of the 3 great continents in Terral. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both the northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when moving north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Elegants, who rose to power in Aldenard before advancing east into Ilsabard. Their movement would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Tyrol waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce dense jungle. Such is the way of it until the leader of the Malmojal succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it's a testament to the Autarch's greatness. Autarch's greatness, I don't know how to say that. Flora and fauna Torel. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent Torel is no exception. Yet while some of our creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduced a select variety of species described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. An alpaca, accustomed to Torel's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands of years. Their soft white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. However, this ferocious scale skin is near to the dense jungles of Torel. The Malmojal have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, they should come as no surprise they are also employed as a siege beast. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valagamanda. Torali folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts and the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. We'll probably find that thing. Because, you know, it's us. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Torel. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, and even the ubiquitous potato. These crops and more, they regularly graze the Eorzean dining tables, trace their origins to the New World, as the place is known to most. While this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral Era, when a lamented sailor named Kersharim successfully traveled the Indigo Deep to arrive at the therefore unknown continent. Ketenram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered denizens of the sprawling nation of the Malmojal. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Ketenram would return to Torel 7 times, but during his first expedition he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back the lands of Mensa. The most notable of these was the papato, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional values saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. But this was far from the only boundary of Ketenram's expeditions to Torel. Many tantalizing recipes such as the bean-filled burrito and gripping legends such as that of the Golden City reached our shores by way of his ship. But to those outside Ketenram's circle, Torel will largely remain shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are a few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Torel, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let us continue this outside. The mammoths do not take kindly to chatter. I thought I'd walk outside. crap. Did anything want to pique your interest? Papados, I have a newfound appreciation for that. Ha. I suspect that any mention of the City of Gold will catch your eye. It is truly a mystery among mysteries. Here is a city whose location is unknown, that no one has ever seen, and yet whispers of its existence continue to persist. Countless souls have set off in search of it, never to return. I can imagine it being a suitable challenge for the ritual succession. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught of the fauna of Toral? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. I learned about Miranda. Now, why do I get the impression you're imagining pitting your skills against the fell beast? Unfortunately, I found scant details on your would-be prey. One source simply described it as an enormous winged creature with scales hard as steel that rules the skies. I should like to see it with my own eyes, presuming it even exists. I thought I heard familiar voices. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged a new trading agreement with Radatan, they will look to foster relations with other nations. This includes former imperial provinces. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another. One of the two of you, what endeavor brings you here this day? Explanation hands. Explanation hands. A nation composed of disparate people to Terrell. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do well to read up on Toriel ourselves. The contest is Cypher the only one allowed to help Wolf Lamont? There was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, Wolf Lamont gave us the impression that she could have several champions. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alize, wait! It would seem our plans have changed. If you'll excuse me. They never could rest on their laurels. Come, let's return to the annex.
It's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story. What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Worklamat's request? Ha! I thought you might say that. With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well. Be it the contest or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not? Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenon. The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core. Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
We're chilling behind the tree. For what reason? I'll go back to Cypher. Currently, if you look for Wakwamachi, it's currently in the others with the Yep. Understood. Please wait the main hall. Please wait the main hall, so. I assume it's his voice.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
Everyone turned down an adventure. I'll do it. Do the other one.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you? Alphino, Alize! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenon earlier, you see, and I told them about Wuklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Erenville as toads.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that!
First impressions last.
Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize.
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora. There. This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Oh, actual credit roll. That's kind of why I got rid of the box. Now we get to actually see the like credits. Yeah, Crow was the healer before this. Retro, that's what his name was. I don't know why I blanked on his name so hard. Retro, huh? I'm just making the mouth noise with freaking horse. Stop. There's Obsidian. Not gonna lie, this team slapped. And there's freaking Thancred. I actually like how they do this concept art. Not concept art, this art. Actually looks really good. Yeah, there we go. There's Orion there. Hey, Tataru. Nice. Glad they did Tataru. There's the knot. That's kind of like, the weird thing is to really think about it, it's like, the longest, like, the actual, like, longest thing through this entire, like, expansion, realistically up to this, but, like, we've always had kind of Xenos hounding us, like, after Stormblood. We've had freaking Heidelman slash Renat since the beginning. Though we didn't know she was Renat until later. Yeah, now we get flashbacks. This is the thing where we're going to Alvadal's Legacy. Pretty sure. Yeah, sorry about that. Stole his embarrassing moment. Bum 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 bum. Sorry, gonna skip credits. I enjoy the credits, don't get me wrong. Unless you wonder about the passage to Terrell, Arnvel will arrange a ship through his guild. You need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of, why don't you please take us with you? A rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well on your coming adventures. Now, I'm not sure when the departure will be, but rest assured I'll let you know when I hear something. Till then, please take your ease. Alright. Meanwhile, in Limbs of Lomensa.
When does the next ship set sail?
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
Meanwhile, at Old Charlotte.
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember. Come, my friend. We make for Terral.
Okay, come on. No. It's like, yeah, we're not all going to be working on the same team here this time, which is fine.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Yep.
or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north. The fabled golden cities of the New World.
Remember what Emmett said? What time are you planning on starting yours? Because I didn't know if I need to go make coffee. Weigh anchor now, the tide is high, the dawn of new adventures nigh. Row forth to break horizons bond, and tread the gilded path beyond. Tomorrow's unknown. To be continued. Okay, then I need to go make coffee. Okay. Alrighty. So. That. Yes, there was. And there wasn't any combat related with Kryl, but there's a few things in there that might make you a little bit, give you a little smile. Oh no. See the thing is, if you like, there's only one thing we need to do, and that's Manderville. That'd be the only thing we really need to do. And that's the only thing we can do together with this new stuff. Because everything else is, it's just like, everything else is cutscene or solo duty. So, yeah, that's pretty much that's our one fight we can do. Ah, where are you gonna start at though? You gonna start at MSQ? You gonna where are you starting there, buddy? Huh? Where are you starting, pro? Huh? Where are you starting? Where are you starting, pro? Huh? But I will say that everything that happened so far, like, okay, so to break it down, my understanding of this is, all right. So we got 4 contenders to the throne of Tural. And one of them definitely is not a good choice. But it's just a matter of what team or what ruler are those scions, the other scions helping out with. Because we know on our team, we have, well, technically Graha. Which we'll know. Kryl's with us, Alphado and Alize are with us. Graha, technically, with us. Another team is Thancred and Oriange. Yastol is still undetermined. Sorry. Oh yeah, we're all good. That was Endwalker's MSQ. Now, overall, how I really felt about this expansion, like, where it wrapped a lot of stuff up. I think a lot of this expansion, yeah, but we saw her and Graha over in Toral, so they're gonna be over there for some reason at some point. But the main thing I saw with this expansion was set up for future stuff. The whole thing with the 13th, that was set up for future stuff. We're gonna have stuff later for that. That's probably an X pack right there by itself. Bam. Because that was a lot of lore set up and stuff like that for the 13th. That's exactly what that was. So Daryl Zero Miss and Free Dia and all that. This last patch here was a setup for Toral. Let's be fair, the guy got to know Loch Lamont. You know, talked about, learned a bit more about Toral, about Far Off Law, and whatever else they had. Didn't learn everything, but learned enough to get by. But being honest, it's one of those things where I like turn to when they're saying the Scions are divided. Each side is going to be doing its own thing, so. I don't see it as a hostile, hate style thing. I think it's just more of a rival, competitive style thing. Like, if we're gonna fight, if we're gonna go through and fight Thingrid, I'd rather fight Thingrid, you know? But I think by the end of it, once again, everybody will come back together and all happy-go-lucky, hunky-dory, yada yada yada. But I think I've hit my limit. So we're gonna find somebody to raid. Oh, I'm exhausted. Let's see who we can find to raid today. Maybe I'll send you all back over to Celerina. They're also doing Final Fantasy 14, so.
When Doug and Andre came to TurboTax,
we navigated a turbulent housing market by
buying a motorhome.
I made their move count. We've guaranteed 100% accurate taxes for millions of new homeowners.
Let's go raid Celerina.
Intuit TurboTax.
They're doing some Final Fantasy.
He's like, give me the Graha tea.
They're doing some Final Fantasy 14 as well.
A source by scoured the library to your satisfaction. Have you excellent? Your satisfaction. Have you excellent?
A little bit later.
While there are a few books wholly dictated to the subject of Toral, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let us continue outside the mammoths. Do not take kindly to chatter. Of course.